shine through. No matter how you look at it, you'll always know it's true. GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's always easily surpass the rest, and when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's always easily surpass the rest, and when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. It's time to open up, to let your heart decide what's true. GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's always easily surpass the rest, and when it comes to games, we'll always get the best. GameCube, it makes a big fuss. GameCube, Nintendo bless us. GameCube, it's always easily surpass the rest, and when it comes to games, we'll always get the best.
Even now, in a place that's so lonely, there's a fire so strong. It feeds from my thoughts and it changes my words. It changes my vision, but it takes so long to get through. Bundle of nails, a shake when I'm talking. My trembling fingers find it all too much to bear. A bundle of nails is set for the taking. I need to stop shaking or I blow my chance again. Take a bow to the strangest of feelings. Is it really so strange? I'm lost in the haze, but I felt it before. I remember I heard it in an old song, and I know how it feels, 'cause I'm a bundle of nails. I shake when I'm talking. My trembling fingers find it all too much to bear. A bundle of nails, it's set for the taking. I need to stop shaking or Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places, bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Thank you, Energy. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope you're having a good Monday. May the 4th be with you. I said the thing. How is it going? I figure out why that video is chugging for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Now it's fine. No, it's like when I put it into full screen. You think Windows did it? Yeah, okay. I'm about to become louder, so don't adjust your thing. Well, not that much louder. It was down just a little bit. I should be good. Happy birthday to your dog, Kaiju Kyle. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. I might need to start using a new browser. What's the best browser these days? What's the best web browser? Are the kids still using Netscape Navigator? Thank you to Land and C5 for following. Thank you to Kaiji Classic for following and VV7765 for following. Hope you're doing well. Yes, we are going to be playing KOTOR 2. It still doesn't like OBS when I do game capture, but window capture is fine. It is Firefox again. Yeah. It seems like there's none that people are super enthusiastic about. I was using Edge for a little bit because I think I was using Chrome. Then Chrome got bad, and like Edge was just installed, so I just went with Edge for a bit, and now Edge is sucking again. I don't know. What the heck is Waterfall? Is that a joke? Waterfall? That's a joke. That's a joke. So, I might be installing Firefox again, see how that feels these days. But yes, hope you're all having a good evening. We started KOTOR 2 over the weekend if you missed it. Didn't get super far. It's mostly just working on getting the game to work. Still ran into a bug that should be fixed now after a little work there. It should be good for that. Yeah, I know Chrome got bad, which is, yeah, Chrome used to be beloved, and now everyone hates Chrome. So, I do have to do screen share for this thing, but should be fine. So, yeah, I know, like, Edge got better than Chrome, which maybe isn't saying much. I think, well, I capped the FPS. I guess I didn't try it yet, but that should have fixed that problem. I guess we'll find out. I wonder if I probably should have figured out how to run the game in windowed mode while I was at it. Yeah, well, maybe next time. Alright, you're gonna all see my very exciting theme library for a moment. At some point here, I'm going to install a Steam game for work before it comes out, and then I'm just going to really be out of luck with this. Oh. Wait, it crashed already? Oh, boy. Guess that would be fine. Why did it crash then? What made it crash now? I was about to alt-tab back into it. It wasn't even there. How is it worse than ever? Why is it crashing now? That you see not crash for that. You see not crash just from starting the game. It's because of the, I mean, I did that NVIDIA thing. God, I was working before. Or am I running it? No, I mean, not running it through OBS. I'm not capturing it through OBS. Okay, you know what? Okay. I see what the problem was. We're going to be fine. So it was still trying to screen capture it on top of, or it's still trying to game capture it atop of the screen capture. We're going to be fine. We're fine. I figured out the problem. Hold. What? What's that? Alright, we're back. That time it just alt-tabbed itself. This time it's going to be on purpose. Turning off studio mode for a moment. Okay. Good. Okay, it's kind of... This guy right here is like chugging for some reason. Like his animation frames don't look great. A little concerning. Let me check one thing. Wait on the Steam Deck. So Shaz the Empire said, "Don't tempt me." Let me look at one thing. Settings that I did for this game aren't. Yeah. All I did was turn on max frame rate and change that to 60. Just have to play it on Mac. Everything else, I mean, I turned VSync off. Maybe I turn that back on. It'll be happier for some reason. Yeah, where's the remake of one? Just remake this game. It'd be great if the remake came out and was good, and then they just remake Star Wars Knights of the Republic 2. That'd be nice. I know. Right, I turned off the VSync thing that I had on. Let's see if that does anything. I doubt it. Okay, so like that Phantom Menace game, right? I saw somebody in the Reddit thread like, oh, they said there's no Blight Club games, but that Phantom Menace game is fucking crashing in. That's pretty bad. Really? I mean, that Phantom Menace game was never like beloved. Oh, didn't it crash? It just alt-tabbed automatically again? That game, I mean, fine. That game, come on. We're talking about the same Phantom Menace game? It's so fine. It's of its time. What is going on? Why does this guy look like this? Why is this? It's ass? People think that game's ass? You're gonna make me play that game just to show you all. I think I'm canceling KOTOR 2. The first time I've ever had to cancel. Man, I wanted to play through this whole game, but it has just been way too much of a headache to this point. Maybe someday I'll figure it out. But it is not this day. Buy it on Switch. I have it on Switch, but like I want the restored content mod. Now what's funny is there's pretty recently been a lot of people being like, that restored content mod's not that good all of a sudden, right? That's funny. Let me take a look. We got something we could probably play here pretty quickly. Where's the S's for Star Wars? Some of these I've done all before. Xbox isn't quite ready to go. I gotta get the N64 ready here anyway soon, because we're gonna be doing that Donkey Kong thing. Do I have Shadows of the Empire? God, I hate organizing N64 games. I do. Galactic Battlegrounds wasn't working earlier either. I mean, I do have some other, like, Star Wars GOG games. Those are also somewhat finicky to get working sometimes, right? We got those Rebel Assault games, Rebellions. I don't know if now's the time to start X-Wing or TIE Fighter. No, believe it or not, I don't own Republic Commando. Yeah, this might turn more into we're gonna play a Star Wars game for a day thing than do an entire stream of one. When you update the stream, playing Star Wars something. I don't really want to play Fortnite. Going pod racing. As long as it's not the N64 version. That depends on Mustafar, like the planet. That's fine. I don't hold any grudge against that planet, I suppose. If I was to play X-Wing, what version would I play? Just out of curiosity. X-Wing, the 93 DOS version, the 98 Windows version, or the 94 CD version? I think that's what those all are. I feel like you just kind of play the DOS version. Probably runs the easiest too, to be honest. Or do you just skip the TIE Fighter? Is that the move? You just skip the TIE Fighter? Well, the same questions. Do you play the 94 version, the 98 version, or the CD 95 version? Everyone's easiest to stream. Do I have the Dreamcast version of Pod Racer? I actually don't. I want to see if I can get Galactic Battlegrounds working. I would like to stream that. Let's see. Maybe I'll have better luck. I know it's loud. 1 second. Give it a moment. You're hearing some pew-pews. I mean, the screen capture's working for this. I want to see if I can get screen capture working. Just push the spacebar button. Yeah, I'm gonna work on the game audio. 1 moment. Did I just pause it? Now it's doing that shit. What is that shit, man? Hold. And the audio is now fine. Because what happened was it played a video file when I opened up the game. That's why it was so loud, because it didn't obey any of my previous things. It's like a GOG video player that's on. Okay. The problem is that this isn't on windowed mode, so I can't, like, fix the thing over on Steam while I'm doing this. These older Windows PC games, man. So close. I just don't know why. Well, I know why it's not being recognized as something I could capture in OBS, because it's old as hell. Let's try it one more time. Just make my webcam bigger. Why didn't I think of it? Okay, it showed up as a source now. Please work. Please. Okay, it might take a second. It is set up to capture this source of Battlegrounds _x1.exe. I'll just give it a second. Click a couple things. Ooh, the episode 2 campaigns. Ooh, who could say no to that? KOTOR 2 was crashing again, so KOTOR 2 is not happening. Part of me's like, I just want to... Maybe I'll just stream freaking, Rogue Leader. Yeah, this thing just does not want to capture, man. This one just doesn't want to work either. It's a bummer. I would like to play that one too. I mean, I still have the GameCube set up. Rogue Leaders, I feel like YouTube's not going to love Rogue Leader and the amount of scenes from the thing it just plays, but fuck it. Let's get going here. Let's see if this works. I mean, this should work. I think last year we actually just played Rebel Strike. That was the game. At least this means we'll get to the next Resident Evil sooner. It might have taken all month to play through KOTOR 2. This happens to my GameCube a lot now. The battery inside it for the calendar isn't working anymore, which doesn't really matter. I guess unless I wanted to play Animal Crossing, but it bugs me a bit. Someday I might learn how to replace it, which it does require some level of soldering. Okay, so let's change the stuff here. Rogue Leader, standing by. All right. I should probably ski too. I can't believe KOTOR 2 is working even worse today. Someday I'll get to play that game. I guess I'm going to wait for the next time they remaster it or something. Just going to skeet. Still crashing. Pivoting to Rogue Leader. I mean, this is fine. Rogue Leader is like my favorite. It's on the Mount Rushmore me. It's a top 5 Star Wars game for me for sure. Maybe later we can just figure out my list. That might be fun. Oops, sorry. Rogue Leader is so freaking good. So this will be completely fine. It was also one of the games that when I got the HDMI, like fancy HDMI converter for the GameCube, this is the one of the games I didn't like because it was constantly switching resolutions when it played a video file, and every time it did that, the screen would go black for a bit. Like it would happen in the middle of things. This game's got personality, man. They had fun. Yeah, you know what? This is nice. Play this for a day. We're not committed to a huge stream. Now, how's the sound, everybody? Make sure. Progressive scan. We want progressive scan on. Oops. Confirm, yes. Are we yummy with the sounds? A little loud? Maybe the menu's loud. Let's go get into the game, then we'll see. No special features. Yeah, the menu's very loud. I like this music though. to a new one. I'll put 2 eyes because I'm a clone now. This game has an amazing first mission, man.
The Death Star.
I don't think we need Tatooine training. The first mission is practically a tutorial
The
of
Death Star
itself.
will soon be in firing range of Yavin
Yeah, this
Base.
is better.
Destroy the large
This was the
deflection
launch
towers
title. This is
on
one of my
the
favorite
surface,
launch games
and
of
the
all
TIE
time
fighters defending
for the
approach to
GameCube.
the trench.
Well, one of my favorite
down the
launch
trench
games
and
in
fire
general,
your-
but definitely the best GameCube launch game, with all due respect to Super Monkey Ball and Luigi's Mansion. I love this. Explain the X-Wing to me.
T-65 X-Wing is the fighter that killed the Death Star. An
Death
almost
Star.
perfect balance
This
of
guy's
speed,
voice.
maneuverability, and defensive shields makes this the fighter of choice
Is
for
Brian
Rogue Squadron,
Cummings or somebody else?
except when the mission profile disallows it.
Yeah, this game is original story too. Rebel Strike is the one that's the most kind of just doing best of scenes from the movies. This one starts with the Death Star attack and then it kind of gets more creative. This thing KOTOR 2 is not working. Look at that frame rate. Skill issue. Maybe. I tried. You might be right though. Rogue Leader. I forget, is Rebel Strike Rogue Squadron 3 or is it Rogue Leader 2? How is it done? It's not even the capture thing anymore. It's just I tried capturing it through my window. It's a period of civil war. The Rebel Alliance is preparing a major attack against the evil Empire, launching from a hidden base on the fourth moon of Yavin. The Alliance forces hope to destroy the Death Star, an armored space station with enough power to decimate an entire planet. Luke Skywalker and Wedge Antilles, 2 young rebel recruits, join the Alliance in a brave attempt to restore freedom to the galaxy. This is going to work out anyways, because all next week I'm going to be doing so much of that Donkey Kong stream, I'm probably not going to be able to stream too much. Rogue Squadron 3 is in the corner of the logo, thank you. Yeah, I think this pivot's going to work out. It's a bummer, I want to play KOTOR 2. Someday it's going to happen. I might just do it on my own, apparently, because OBS does not like it. Probably would be best for Steam Deck just on my own time at this point. This music, man. These horns.
All wings report in. Red 10 standing by.
That audio getting cut off is interesting. Not you too, Rogue Leader. Not you too. Interesting. I mean, it's just the voice line clipped out.
Watch yourself. There's a lot of fire coming from the right side of that deflection tower.
I copy, Red Leader.
We've got to destroy those deflection towers.
Okay.
Red Leader, we've got you covered. I'm going after the towers. Cover me.
Oh yeah, look at this shit. So I think
Big switch.
yeah,
Follow
you
me.
just hold down the attack button. Okay, you guys attack the
Draw that
guns.
surface fire away from me. Hold on, Luke. I'm on my way.
This game looks good, man.
Great shot, Luke.
Bad music. I think you can see the frame rate drop sometimes when like the explosion happens a little bit, but it's pretty good. Got the music. Hey Chuck. How's it going, Chuck? Chuck, thank you for 17 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you to Disco Duck 8X for not missing these other ones. Thank you to Disco Duck 8X for following. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a great evening. Thank you to Nuki Suit for the stream streak. Thank you, everybody. This sounds pretty good now, right? We're doing okay there. Yeah, we're shooting all the Death Star nipples.
This is Base 1. Keep half your group out of range for the next run.
This was also like one of the first great examples of that extra click you can do with L and R,
We've picked up a
locking
new
in
group
the
of
S
signals.
coils that
Enemy
way.
fighters coming your way.
The X coil. 17 whole months. Yeah, we had a good time Starstream. I like that Morrowind thing you showed. That was weird. Very interesting. Okay, we got. Now we're fighting TIE fighters.
Biggs,
You don't have that
follow
thing
me.
in some games where you get the reticle ahead of them to help you. All right, so I could send Biggs and Wedge out on their own.
Help me with those
I could
fighters.
never tell how much work they're doing when they attack them on their own. Well, don't fly in front of my
You on?
Whose side am I on? You flew in front of my fire. There's a good sense of speed, man, when you zoom. This game just feels so good to control. Like, I know, I'm sure I would like the X-Wing games a lot, and I appreciate that they're more sim-focused, but this game just feels fun to control these ships, man.
Good shot, Luke.
Thanks, buddy. It was a pretty good shot, wasn't it? One of the all-time great first levels in a video game, by the way. Just giving us exactly what we want right away, man. Death Star. Where are they? Sometimes hard to see the... Ow! The Death Star, the TIE fighters against the black. Get him! One to go.
Help me with those fighters.
Where is he?
Hang on, I'm coming.
Somewhere. Left of me. He's above me. Where are you? It's always that last one. Alright, someone else got him.
Get ready for your attack run.
Yeah, this game's awesome. This is definitely one of my favorite Star Wars games. This is the one game that I know Dolphin has struggled with a bit in the past. Maybe it's in better shape right now. This trench run feels awesome.
Biggs, Wedge. Let's
Here
close
we
it
go.
up.
Lock in those S coils. Whee!
We'll stay back far enough to cover you.
There's any benefit to going fast, but it feels cool. Whee! Look out for the turrets. Just go fast. Ah! Oh, no, keep going fast. Screw it. This is on, we are on Shoot Hardware, everybody. It's not emulation. This is on RetroTink. Oh, it's getting hard. This trench run is so good. The sense of speed. Ah! Ah!
Hurry up, Luke.
I'm hurrying. Oh no! Biggs is dead. Now you slow down. Get these guys. There you go. Woo! Go faster again. Ah! I got boots. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. God, which button's my missile button? I'm gonna consult the manual. Oh, sorry. Stay on target. Everyone pause. All right. B button fires secondary weapon. X is toggle between the chase and cockpit view. Don't want to do that. Y is to call up the targeting computer. Z is the ship roll. Yeah, pretty simple controls. Pretty simple controls. Why is my target? Deactivate target. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
The force is strong
Uh-oh.
with this one.
Get out of here, Dad. Let's do this. Whee-ha!
Use the force, Luke.
I just did a cool spin. Did you see that, Obi-Wan's ghost? God, the music. This is actually one of the most like authentic Star Wars experiences any game has ever given us.
His computer's off. Luke, you switched off your targeting computer. What's wrong?
Oh, my bad.
All right.
I mean, right, I meant to not do that. Did you ever play Battlefront Naboo? A little bit. I didn't have it as a kid. Thanks.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Yeah, you actually could use the targeting computer here, which is, you know, lame. Okay. Where is it? The music. You get a few shots at this. Is that good? Maybe a little early. We got a few more. There we go! The time music is awesome. The music is so cool in this game. What do I have to do for a silver in this one? I don't even know. Oh, one enemy. I get 3 points. One enemy away. Are you familiar with Dr. Simi? No. He's not my dad. I'm not familiar with him.
The rebel supply convoy is moving from Yavin 4 to a new base on the planet Hoth. Rendezvous with a second convoy along the way and continue to the destination.
It's kind of just like a lot of... I forget... I can't remember if this game kind of turns into more of its own story, if it's a lot of just sort of things happening around original trilogy events. Let's see. Yeah, no, I like an A-Wing. I'm a big A-Wing guy. I bet Bombad Racing is completely mediocre. Can you unlock the Mercedes-Benz? There are unlockable vehicles in this game, including the Naboo Starfighter, I think. Or is that Rogue Squadron even? That might be Rogue Squadron. What do you mean A-Wing stands for ass wing? I love A-Wings. It's weird because, you know, this game has a sequel, Rebel Strike, and that game's completely fine. B-Wings are neat.
Red leader here. Sensors don't show any sign of the second convoy. Looks like
It was
they
still
ran into
Factor
trouble.
5, yeah.
This is the frigate Redemption. We'll have to get through this debris before we can make the jump back into hyperspace.
Luke, enemy fighters approaching from all directions. We're surrounded.
Look at this game,
I
man.
copy, Wedge. We've got to blast our way through.
I think they were going to do like a Rogue Squadron trilogy remaster or something on the Wii, I think. Can you imagine if they were able to remaster these games today? They already look so good, but man, make it more easily playable. Where are they? I think when the thing points down, does that mean they're above me or are they in front of me? Where are these?
Awaiting your orders, Luke.
Go get the TIE
Engage
fighters,
those
because I'm...
fighters.
They're there.
You got it, Luke.
The transports are drawing heavy fire.
We're working on it.
Get all over us!
I'm working on it. Come on. Sometimes there's a good amount just spinning around looking for stuff in these games. Who's dead? Is anybody I knew or cared about? We lost a transport. Doing my best.
We could use more support over here.
We're supporting.
Awaiting your orders.
Go kill
Go
TIE
after the
fighters.
TIEs. I'm on it.
Those are my orders. Those are my orders until you hear otherwise.
We're getting hit hard.
No, we're not. There we go.
More ties incoming. We need something faster than these
The sick gave
X-Wings.
sick on the end Thor, really.
Luke, what about those modified stunt fighters? Good thinking, Wedge. Let's give those A-Wings a try.
Right.
Dock with a frigate and switch craft.
So that's right. I think there's a lore drop here that they're modified stunt flyers or something. That's neat. I think this is the debut of the A-Wing because they weren't in the Death Star attack in the first one, right? Hell yeah. Do you have the Mandalorian meal at Burger King yet? No, AJ did today, though. Here we go. Now here's a ship. So yeah, the game does this thing where you can actually switch out your loadout. Right? Am I making that up? Is there a button I'm supposed to push? What's my... The frigate, not a transporter. Sorry. Where's the... Oh, right.
Waiting your orders, Luke.
Kill
We've
TIE
got to wipe
fighters.
out their ties. Going after those fighters.
That's debris. Where is it?
We've just lost another transport.
That's my bad. I'm kind of fucking around here for a moment.
Our transports are getting ripped to pieces.
Yeah, my bad. There it is. Today is super good for making. I mean, I'm not gonna act like Star Wars has been better since Disney took over. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think my medal count's gonna be very high for this one if I don't outright fail it pretty soon here.
Red Squadron, where's our support?
We're working on it. Just can you guys try dying less for a little bit? Just for a moment. Not the victim blame.
Engage those fighters. Attacking the ties.
Oh, come on.
No more enemies on sensors. Good job, guys.
Yeah, we're doing great.
We're almost out of this mess. If we can just make it through this nebula, we're all clear.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Said the thing.
We're entering the nebula. Keep your eyes peeled. Turn on your targeting computers to identify enemy targets. Pulling up my targeting computer. Enemy fighters approaching from the nebula. Awaiting your orders, Luke. Go after those ties. You got it, Luke.
You think I would hit one of them? Oh wait, friends. My bad. Not friend.
Mayday! Mayday!
How do they know about Mayday?
Awaiting your orders, Luke. Engage those fighters. You got it, Luke. We fought them all.
Today is Mayday? That's funny.
We're leaving the nebula. Good job, Red Squadron.
Alright, that time I feel like I earned the, I don't even think that's a bronze medal. I think that's just, hey, you beat the mission at least. Take it. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. Medal, less behavior. Shit. Here we go. Here's the favorite.
Imperial Star Destroyers has located the secret rebel base on Hoth and is preparing.
They knew they
an
still had to do
invasion.
this one.
General Riken has ordered a full evacuation. Rogue Squadron must hold off the advancing Imperials.
Let's go. Also love a snow speeder. Yeah, Star Wars Squadrons was fun, especially if you had VR. Would it be fair to say that the GameCube had the best launch lineup of any consoles? It's definitely up there. You know, this, Monkey Ball, Luigi's Mansion. It's Rave Race. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, I think. Yeah, Xbox had Halo, right? Which is pretty huge.
Rogue Leader, the Imperials have landed on Hoth and are moving in our direction. The Rebel transports are preparing for evacuation. Take Rogue Squadron to Outpost Beta and intercept any Imperial forces you may find. We'll need all the time you can buy.
Yeah, I mean, Luigi's Mansion was no, like,
Outpost Beta is also man of the iron cannon.
Mario 64 for sure, but
transports and their escorts.
it's a good game.
Copy that, Wedge. Rogues, if we lose Outpost Beta, this evacuation won't get past those Star Destroyers. All right, Rogues, stay tight.
I think these are bads.
Awaiting your orders.
You guys go take out the
Take out
guns.
those cannons.
We copy, Luke. We're going after the cannons.
Rogue Squadron, how can we help?
You take out the
Stop that
cans
cannon fire.
also.
We'll do what we can.
Yeah, what's my main mission now? Defending this gun, I think. That's getting cool.
Rogue Leader, we're getting pounded out here. What should we do?
Take out those
Fight back.
ATSTs.
You heard the commander. Let's take care of those ATSTs.
We're no match for those walkers.
Take out what you can.
We'll do what we can.
Excellent, Rogue Group. We'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Commander Skywalker, we've got Imperial walkers approaching from the north. Stop their advance.
Coming.
Steady, Jack. Attack pattern Delta. Go
Dak.
now.
Dak mentioned. Find out the videos. The cutscenes look worse than the in-game stuff, you know? The guy that got to be Luke in these games always sounded pretty good. Competing with Force
Rogue
mentioned.
Group, use your harpoons and tow cables. Go for the legs. It might be our only chance of stopping them.
I wouldn't want to be one of these ground guys, you know? We're helping too.
Dak? Dak! Wedge, I've lost my gunner. You'll have to make this shot. I'll cover for you. Set your harpoon. Follow me on the next pass. Coming around, Rogue Leader. Activate harpoon. Good shot, gents.
Good shot, Jensen. Yeah, tow cables are great. But we saw Jeff doing this earlier in Shouts of the Empire. That's what led to all this.
Detach cable.
Why it's called Rogue? You don't understand what's called Rogue Squadron? Well, you see, there are a bunch of rogues,
Watch that
and there are a
crossfire,
squadron
boys.
of them.
Hobby, I've been hit. Echo Base Commander Skywalker is down.
Wedge, lead the attack against the walkers.
We done Mount Rushmore Star Wars games. We've had to have a long time ago. They're not, though. They're not rogues.
As you can.
Whee! So fun. Took a little getting used to the first time we had to do this, but it feels good. You always would run into the lake. Yeah! Is a rogue not a synonym for a rebel? It's not? Whee! you think they're thinking while this is happening, while they're getting circled around like this?
Awaiting your orders.
Attack those walkers.
Whee! Just pushing that button, man. The camera going in like this feels so freaking good every time. There's the next one. There we are. Another customer. Woo! If you're really advanced, you can do that with the boost on, or at least on the straightaways. Woo! Such a cool looking effect. There we go. Is that not all? There they go. I'm probably not gonna get medals because I wasn't killing enough other people. This is supposed to happen. Don't worry. This is a story failure.
The shield generator has been destroyed. Any and all remaining rebel forces, your orders are to retreat. Rogues, we need escorts for the remaining transports. There are X-Wings fueled and waiting for you at Echo Base. Protect the transports and meet us at the rendezvous point. Good luck.
Take that. Fuck you in particular. And Rebel Strike. Yeah, I mean, so much of it was focused around their on-foot stuff in that game, which was whatever. It's not very good. I get the desire that they had to like do something new. It could have been more exciting than that. Okay, well, we're just fighting X-Wings.
Awaiting your orders.
Take out those fighters for me.
Copy, Wedge. Going after the
I don't
fire.
really know what I'm supposed to do with the missiles in this thing. Not really good against. Yeah, they don't home or anything. The bombers, man, they're strong. Where'd you go? There you are. Look out below. Oh, stop that. Stop that. Oh, I got bogeys on my tail. I want to take out this guy first. Alright. Oop, didn't mean to do that.
Awaiting your orders.
Take out the TIE fighters! Where'd he go?
Copy, Wedge.
How'd I
Going
lose
after
him?
the fighters.
Great job,
Fair enough.
Rogue Group. Now follow those transports and get out of here.
Yeah,
Clear.
having the this game as co-op Rebel Strike was really neat.
Now.
Never really got to take amazing advantage of that. Like to do that playthrough someday. Hey, we got that medal. Oh boy. All sorts of things. Guys got that much faster. Accuracy, that's rough. I think the points are for like bonus missions, things like that, unlockables.
A secret Imperial installation has been detected in the heart of the Maw, a dangerous region of space near Kessel. Locate the Imperial installation and inflict as much damage as possible before Imperial reinforcements arrive.
Y-Wing time.
The Y-Wing is the workhorse of the Rebel fleet. It's not quick or flashy, but it gets the job done. The armor on this ship is extensive, and the shields will protect you from just about anything. which is good because you won't be going anywhere fast.
Worst mission in the game, oh boy. Is there a Jamba Juice at this mall?
Wedge, we suspect there might be some sort of Imperial installation hidden in the asteroid field. Look for the shield projectors. Be careful, Wedge. The Imperials probably don't want any visitors.
Don't worry, General. We won't be staying long.
We're getting the asteroid field music, hell yeah.
Are you sure we'll find anything in this rock pile?
Wow, look at all these
Cut
rocks.
the chatter. Keep your eyes open.
That's an impressive amount of rocks.
Rogue Leader, I'm getting a strange sensor reading. Might be Imperial. Stay alert and watch out for fighter patrols. Copy, Rogue Leader. Standing by.
There's the shield generator things. It's killing my shot accuracy, isn't it? And we're not playing for medals yet.
Go after the fighters.
Now,
Copy,
keep it
Rogue
rock.
Leader.
There's a lot of fighters, man. Too many, some might say. I'll get over here, Interceptor.
Check your fire.
Ah! Flew in front of me. Not my fault. Come on. There you go. Come on, guy. Oh my gosh. Ah! Yeah, I'll fight somebody else. Who else wants to fight? Ah, shit. Help me.
Go after the fighters. Engaging fighters.
Somebody help me. Thank you. What's over here? Game wants me to go over here. Oh, there's more fighters. You guys are doing great back there. Just scouting ahead for a moment. Somebody help.
Go after the fighters. Got him in my sights.
Do you? Shoot him. Shoot him, man. Shoot him again. Shoot him more.
We've come across some sort of force field.
Jeez.
Looks like the projectors link to each other. We can create a gap in the shield by knocking out some of the projectors. Maybe I should switch to my ion cannons.
Maybe I should too. Oh my god. Ah! Rock. This was good.
Keep those guns busy while I take out the shield projectors. I copy that.
Are we not shooting these? Ow, ow. Did I die? I think I died. I'm back. I think those guns were taking me out a bit much. Ah, whoa, the transports are shooting me?
Keep those guns busy while I take out the shield projectors. Engaging guns.
Again? Maybe I'm not supposed to go over here. I think I'm doing something wrong. Jeez, these guys have some... Yeah, I need to take more of these out. Yeah. Definitely doing something wrong here. Okay, I'll try that again. I think I could probably switch to Ion instead of the bombs in some way I'm missing. No. Again, I would never... A Blight Club game has to be a bad game, not just a game that some person would dislike because of their particular taste, or not just because a game is hard. I would never do Super Star Wars as a Blight Club game, nah. We have standards. Give me the controller. Thanks for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Are you sure we'll find anything in this rock pile? Cut the
Well,
chatter.
they're very hard games.
Keep
Yeah.
your eyes open.
Alright. How do I... have to figure out how I switch my weapons or something. I remember seeing a controller. Jeff has an, Jeff got sent an extra one. I'm gonna go pick it up from him. The old B to charge Yankin. Thank you, Kane.
Rogue Leader, I'm getting a strange sensor reading. Might be Imperial. Stay alert and watch out for fighter patrols. Copy, Rogue Leader. Standing by.
I think I'm attacking these
Go
things.
after the fighters. Got it, Chief.
I think we just kind of want to go to the objective here. So they keep getting behind me. Gotta shake them off. Take out some of them, that'd be good. Nope.
Rebels, come. We know you're out there. Attention, rebel pilot. Surrender yourself, and we'll show you leniency.
No, you won't. Lies.
Go after
Fight
the
the
fighters.
ties.
Copy, Rogue Leader.
No?
Come across some sort of force field. Looks like the projectors link to each other. We can create a gap in the shield by knocking out some of the projectors. Maybe I should switch to my ion cannons. Go after the fighters. Engaging fighters.
Big rock. There we go. That doesn't even take up ammo. Come on.
2 more to go.
Nice. Come on. I'm concerned I've run out of them. I think I can't actually run out, and I
Go
did.
after the fighters. Copy, Rogue Leader.
I thought I had infinite. I may not. This might be a problem. Oh boy. You think I have infinite? Well, charging it down is not shooting them anymore. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I just wasn't charging it long enough. Distinct possibility. There he goes. Yeah, I just wasn't charging it long enough.
1 more to go.
Okay, don't shoot me.
Go
Keep
after
shooting
the fighters.
ties, everybody.
Engaging
Okay, yeah,
fighters.
we're good, we're good.
General Riker, Rogue Leader here.
Did you manage to get through?
Yes, sir. We're on our way to the facility.
Okay. Whew, there we go.
Getting a transmission from the surface.
If anyone can hear this transmission, please respond.
Identify yourself.
My name is Carrie Neff. I'm the leader of the prisoners here. Some of my people were brought here from Hoth. A
This
few
where
of us have
Andor
broken
is?
out, but we need help to free the others.
All right, Carrie. What can we do to help?
Destroy the guns guarding the prison building. If you take out those guard towers, we can help you. Wedge, we're transmitting targeting information to you.
Rogue Squadron! We need help!
Clearly Rob Paulson. Hell yeah. Ow, stop that. Jeez. Repair. Ay. We need a bomb, then that makes sense. Distance.
Two more to go. One more to go.
Free the other prisoners.
Oh, Captain Antilles, we're so glad that you're here. We need access to weapons.
Working on it.
We need you to destroy the guard towers around the weapons storage building. Wedge, we're transmitting targeting information to you.
Destroy those guns. Consider it done.
Feel like the
One more
bombing
to go.
mechanics.
We're getting overwhelmed here.
We're working on it. Raphael.
We're armed and ready to go. Try to take out the communication relays. Time is critical, because the Star Destroyer patrols will be back soon.
A lot of communication relays. I'm kind of low on bombs. I think they sort of recharge. They do. I like this train. Oh boy. Pick up the
Go after
ties.
fighters. Heading for the fighters.
No boy. A lot of fire. Yeah, God, I got an interceptor intercepting me.
Help us!
I'm working on it. I don't know if you noticed, there's a lot of gunfire. Yeah, work on the
Destroy
guns,
those
maybe.
Consider it done. One more to go.
Good. All the relays are destroyed. We need access to the hangar. Destroy the Imperials guarding the hangar.
Working on it. I do like that your sub-weapon recharges. Does it make sense? No, but it's nice. Hey, registered. 2 years? Yeah, life goes fast. That's alright. Beats the alternative, I guess. Blue Harvest was that Family Guy parody. Man, dude, quite a ways we're going. Someday I need to play the Starfighter games too. They're not as good as this, but they're fun. Bit more rail shooter. Yeah, it is a shame about Factor 5. Okay. So we're just taking out more guns. Whoa.
One more to go.
Hurry up and destroy those guard towers. We're almost clear. Just hold them off a little longer.
It's them.
Rogue Squadron! We need help!
Again? Now what?
Protect the prisoners.
Well, who's gonna help me?
That's it. We're clear.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
I'm starting to struggle down
Get out of
here.
here.
There we go.
Mission accomplished, General Riken.
Well done, Wedge. Rendezvous with the fleet at the outer rim.
Oh, really? My mind, Starfighter's more on rails. Well, it gave me silver medals. It's hard. I can't imagine gold medal. What they expect you to do for that? Do you know how to make grilled cheese tomato soup? Yes. I never made. I wouldn't make tomato soup from scratch. Maybe from can, sure.
Working with Bothan technicians, Commander Luke Skywalker has helped uncover secret data vital to the rebellion and has placed it on board a rebel blockade runner, the Razor. Assemble a task force and rendezvous with the Razor, now in orbit around Kothlas.
Yeah.
Escort the Razor to Rebel High Command and
To
take
get the
whatever
B-wing.
steps are necessary to ensure safe delivery of the secret data.
Oh, yeah. B-wings are cool.
One of the rebellion's most well-armed starfighters, the B-wing, has been personally designed by Admiral Akbar.
Yeah.
The B-wing supports an array of weapons, including ion cannons, proton torpedo launchers, and laser cannons. Because the cockpit is surrounded by a unique gyro stabilization system, the pilot always remains stationary, even as the rest of the ship rotates during flight.
Wasn't the B-wing didn't show up in Return of the Jedi? Yeah, it's in Return of the Jedi. I mean, look, It's absolutely a bit of a, we gotta have some more toys. Let's make a new starship thing, but it's cool. I think it's just Y-Wings and X-Wings in Episode 4. You get the snow speeders and...
What the?
Actually, A-Wings may not even show up to Return of the Jedi.
It's captured the Razor.
Yeah.
Wedge here. We can't let that data get away. Attack the shield generators. Once the shields
See,
are down, we can attack the
Here
command
they're
deck.
shield generators again.
X and A-Wing groups, keep those fighters off our backs.
These things were like sensor towers or something in the other game. This is sweet though when you do this.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Hey, you guys work on the
Attack
guns.
You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
Rogue Leader, this is the frigate. We're under attack.
Guys, don't.
They're going after the frigate. We've got to protect the frigate at all costs. One down, 2 to go.
I guess we're protecting the frigate for a moment here.
Awaiting your orders.
Take out the TIE fighters, for love of God.
Copy. We're going after the fighters.
You have a time for a run on this? No, probably not. Ay, ay, ay! How many TIE fighters are there?
The frigate looks okay now.
Okay.
Let's go after the Star Destroyer.
Yes, sir. Okay, I guess we'll just go. Whee! Oh, maybe a little critical.
Awaiting your orders.
Can you work on
Go for
those
the guns.
guns?
You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Really appreciate your enthusiasm in this matter. Yeah, shit. Should have just landed in the bridge at least. Yeah, I should be taking out some of the guns. There are a lot of them. God, don't miss.
Good job. Now let's take out the last one underneath.
One underneath? Ah, that's a lot of lasers! Jeez! Ah! God!
Rogue Group, this is the Redemption. We're under attack.
We're all under
Attack the
attack!
frigate. Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters. Awaiting your orders. Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
Jeez. Come here, you. Nice. Ow! Oh. I got him.
Frigate should be safe now.
Alright, below. Where below? I see. It's alright. Should probably be taking out some of these guns. Yeah, kind of hard.
Awaiting your orders.
Guns.
Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Ah, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. Oh my god, really? Oh boy. Oh, is it gonna recharge missiles? I don't know. Might not now. Might not this time. Please blow up.
Awaiting your orders.
Oh, thank God.
That does it for the shield generators. Now let's hit that command deck. Attack the fighters.
Oh, I do not have very much
We
health.
copy. We're going after the fighters. There's too many fighters.
Yeah, I agree. We should do something about that. Is easy way fish level? That's neat. I don't want to know about it. Is it just kamikazing into the command deck, like in the movie? That would be my guess. But nuts. Let's try again. It's a fun level. Do I want to know? Nah. I think I just need to actually take out the guns on this thing instead of just flying in anyways. It's a fun level. Fine. B-Wing is a lot of fun. I am curious now, what is the easy way to beat the level?
Wedge, an Imperial cruiser.
Let's get rid of these guns.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge. Attack the guns. You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
Rogue Leader, this is the frigate. We're under attack.
They're going after the frigate. We've got to protect the frigate at all costs.
Okay. The frigate. After you destroy the shields, yeah, you can't just kamikaze, and it won't count as a life. That's funny. Okay.
Awaiting your orders.
Pick out the TIE
Attack the
fighter.
fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
These things blow up real good. Whoa, lots of them. Yeah.
There's too many fighters. Frigate looks okay now. Let's go after the Star Destroyer. Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those
Whoa.
guns.
Big guns. Damn it. There's a lot of turrets up there too. to get my rockets off at least. Does guns respawn? Because that's a problem. What? How'd I die? I needed that life badly.
Get off me!
That's not good. That's a good death sound.
1 down, 2 to go. Awaiting your orders.
Keep aiming this a little high, I think.
Good job. Now let's take out the last one underneath.
We might need to do that kamikaze to get through this. Yeah, the TIE fighter ran into me. Great.
Awaiting
Please.
your orders.
I think I have one more. No, I don't. Alright. That was a little unlucky. We'll get this time for sure. Guess where you have to, like, select your game file again. There's no just retry option. This time for sure, maybe. It is kind of worth using your rockets because you're probably gonna blow up. Remember we were gonna play KOTOR 2? Do you remember how this game used the GameCube's internal clock? No. Because my internal clock's broken. Didn't set it. Ugh. I don't think Star Wars Day existed yet. I think that was a construct not yet invented.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Rogue Leader, this is the frigate. We're under attack.
They're going after the frigate. We've got to protect the frigate at all costs. Keep those fighters off my back. Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
No.
Awaiting your orders. Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
Swag moves. Whoa, look out, buddy. I gotcha.
Awaiting your orders.
Pick up
Go
the
for the
guns.
guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Oh, come on. There you go. Peace. Okay. Oh. I have not taken out enough TIE fighters yet, apparently. So there they all are. They're all on me.
Awaiting your orders. Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
My time's not gonna be great. Uses the clock for daily takes on Tatooine training mission over day and night on Tatooine training. I had no idea. Probably just like another little like, look, we gotta use all the features of this thing.
The frigate looks okay now.
That's it, geez,
Let's go after
finally.
the Star Destroyer. Awaiting your orders.
Guns.
Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns. One down, 2 to go.
Fine. Maybe I really... Are the guns back? I don't know. I feel like I'm getting so beat up when I get close to those things, which makes sense.
There's too many fighters.
Damn it. Oh, don't stop shooting me, please.
Awaiting your orders.
Please take out
for the
those
guns.
guns.
You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Ah, I
We can't take them.
get to use those rockets. Yeah, boy. Don't move.
Good job. Now let's take out the last one underneath.
This is my last life again, so we are going to fire everything.
We're under attack.
Guys, bad time.
We've got to protect the frigate.
I didn't even do it. Come on. Where'd you go? Damn it. They're all around me. Okay. Damn it. There's gotta be I gotta be able to take out these guns or something and get closer. Rather live in the Star Trek universe on the Enterprise, but it's the J.J. Kelverse or Star Wars, but you live stuck on
Working with both
Tatooine.
technicians, Commander Luke Skywalker
Boy, both
has
sound
helped
dangerous.
uncover secret
I guess Star Trek dog tips? No, not right now. Probably better this one. I mean, I assume I probably just need to be taking out more of these guns instead of letting them tear me to shreds. That's interesting. I mean, does the game autosave? I don't think so. I think it's fine. Yes, I do. Oh, the biases, yeah, whatever. Let's skip this. This time for sure, maybe. You get a drink soon.
What the? Wedge? And a Awaiting your orders, Wedge. Attack the guns. You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
Rogue Leader, this is the frigate. We're under attack.
Come on.
They're going after the frigate. We've got to protect the frigate at all costs.
I got some guns, I hope. Maybe. I don't know.
Awaiting your orders.
You all just keep taking out those guns while I take out the TIE fighters.
You heard the man. Let's take out
I
those
doubt
guns.
you'll do it, but that's what I want you to do. Hey, Skyfox, thank you for 30 months. Appreciate it. Have the alerts been working, by the way? I haven't heard them. God, those guys are far away. That's
Go
not
for the
good.
guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Yeah, that's bad. That's a bad start.
Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns. The frigate looks okay now. Let's go after the Star Destroyer.
Those are underneath. God, they have armor.
Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
I just feel like they're not taking out very many guns, I gotta be honest.
There's too many fighters. Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
These are our-less guns. This is going better. Maybe attacking from behind is gonna help too. A little bit. Yeah, it seems safer. Did I hit it? I think I booped it. Right, last life. I think... No, they're not respawning.
Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Maybe I should be ion blastering them.
Good job. Now let's take out
What?
the last
I didn't
one
hit
on
it! I did not touch it! Yeah, we're getting better. I did not think I was close. Yeah, bad perspective. We're getting better. You watch this for a moment. I'm gonna go get a drink. And even though I've been dying this mission a lot, I'm not really like I'm still having a lot of fun, you know? It's not like bugging me a ton. This time I got a little bit unlucky with some crashes and whatnot. Not of the game, of my vehicle. This time for sure, maybe. Alright, first thing I want to do is take out some of these guns.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge. Attack the guns. You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
Rogue Leader, this is the frigate. We're under attack.
They're going after the frigate. We've got to protect the frigate at all costs.
Frigate. Man, we're taking these guys out. Blur effect on the stars always looks good.
Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
Like, no matter how much I tell them to go after the guns, I never notice less guns when I get back over there. Whoa.
The frigate looks okay now. Let's go after the Star Destroyer.
You say so. Ah, gosh darn it.
Awaiting your orders.
Ties, there's too many ties.
We copy. We're going after the fighters. Get her off me!
Blah. Damn, not dead yet, huh? That's how I wanted. What's the noise I want to make when I die? Blah. Must sound like a vampire.
Awaiting your orders. Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
Oh boy. Got wild. Doing pretty good though. Still on our first life. In distance. Maybe go under the underbelly again. No more missiles. Everything's got to be close-ish. Ah! Okay, we're about almost spent on this one.
Awaiting your orders. Go for the guns. You heard the man. Let's take out those guns.
You heard the man. You heard the man now, dog. Okay, this one's got to be close. Come on, come on, come on. Jeez. Are they getting repairs or something? Ah! No, we were almost dead anyways. Okay, I feel like I got some of these turrets before. Really? I don't want to waste all my rockets. How's that thing not dead yet?
Awaiting your orders.
Guns.
Go for the guns.
Okay.
You heard the man. Let's take out those guns. One down, two to go.
Jeez. What is going on? Why is that not blowing up? Am I supposed to do that last? Is that my problem? That I'm trying to do it like with the other ones and I can't? Am I wasting a firepower? Maybe. That might be it.
Good job. Now let's take out the last one underneath. Awaiting your orders.
The ship hasn't been
Group,
there it
this
is.
The redemption. We're under attack.
Yeah, right after this attack run.
Protect the frigate.
Okay. Back to the frigate. Wish I could restock at the frigate.
Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
Ah! God, I'm running into me. It's a killer. Last life again. I mean, that shield generator is low. It's got to take out these fighters. Try not to let them run into me. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, someone else got that one. Nice.
Okay, guys. Let's form up. Copy that. Forming on your wing.
Oh, I didn't mean to tell you to form up. That's not. I don't think forming up is all that useful. Maybe it is. Nice.
Attack the fighters. We copy. We're going after the fighters.
Okay, I think we actually got enough of them. Get away from me. Oh my gosh, so many TIE fighters. Please, 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 please.
That does it for the shield generators. Now let's hit that command deck.
Where's the command deck? There we go.
Captain, the Star Destroyer! It's crashing into the planet! Let's contact command for support. Getting to the Razor's gonna be a lot tougher than I thought.
Woo! Easy. Yeah, I don't think I got a medal there. How are you supposed to... I wonder if you, like, just don't go back to protect that ship. Jeez. I mean, everything else definitely destroyed enough enemies.
The Star Destroyer carrying the
this level.
secret data has crashed on the planet Kothlis. A
So it's
team of
cool.
commandos led by Crix Maydeen is preparing to enter the vessel and retrieve the data. Provide air support as the commandos attack the site.
I get there's a first-person view. They're really proud of these models. I think that when I played this game as a kid, this was a level I struggled to beat. When this game first came out, this was the hardest one for me for a while. You can also get upgrades. Oh, am I supposed to be using my points for upgrades and I have not been spending them? Is that my issue?
The Star Destroyer
This game is an upgrade system?
Rogues, this
Not
is
remember
Crix.
that.
We need air cover on our way
Collect
to the Star Destroyer.
upgrades.
Yes, sir. All right, team, let's make this quick.
This level's cool. This planet looks neat. GameCube water. That kid shows you can shoot down for hidden upgrade. Interesting.
Awaiting orders. Go after those ties. Affirmative, Rogue Leader.
Okay. I mean, this is why Crimson Skies on Xbox is so good, because it's the closest you have to this game on that console. And it's actually kind of open world, which is really neat. God, that game is cool, too. It's like these kind of dogfighting games, you know? Come on. I should not be chasing these guys, I'm beginning to think. But I'm plot committed now. Come on. Thank you. Alright, that's enough of that. Oh, there you are.
Rogue Leader, we need support.
Sorry, I was doing something stupid.
Awaiting orders.
Come on. There you go.
Awaiting orders. Attack their fighters. Leave it to me. We've detected increasing heat levels within the core of the Star Destroyer. According to our readings, the reactor will go critical in minutes.
Prepare.
Get these ties off our backs.
I'm working on it.
We can't get any closer without risking the transport. We've got to land.
Please do that. Boy.
Standing by. Go after those ties. I'm on it, Rogue Leader.
Nice. Gas level rules. Holy crap. Was it the first Rogue Squadron we had to defend a train for a while? I remember that being really hard. Oop, that's a friend. That's a friend. My bad. It's on me. Come on. There you go. Yeah.
We've got a big problem. Those AT-ATs have blasted their way out of the crash.
Not a problem for me.
If they get to us, we're history.
Yeah, I remember a lot of escort missions in the first one.
Against those AT-ATs. We've got to stop them. It's gonna take speeders to bring them down.
That's all rules.
Land by the transport.
It's kind of do you think that level in Rogue One was inspired by this place? Because it kind of looks like that, huh? Whoop. What happened there? There we go. Look. My bad. Not my best attack run. Slow down, Mike. Slow down. Why am I not getting hook shot going? Come on. There we go. First try. So this is a little bit harder because of the water level. That's cool, though. The way of increasing the difficulty. Oh, I thought I missed that personally. Ow. That icon was to switch ships. I had to use that to switch. I would go back to an X-Wing, I think, which I don't want to do. You take out these AT-ATs. Damn it, Mike. Stop flying into them. Well, try that again. Whoops. Swing, Mr. Mosquito. Yeah, this time for sure, maybe.
Awaiting orders. Go after those ties. Affirmative, Rogue Leader.
Ow. Just don't fly into me.
Rogue Leader, we need support.
They're working on it. You're getting supported. Calm down,
Awaiting
R2, or
orders.
whoever I have.
Attack the fighters. I'm on it, Rogue Leader.
What? Really? Already? That's a bummer. Behind these big boys.
We've detected increasing heat levels within the core of the Star Destroyer. According to our readings, the reactor will go critical in minutes. Get these ties off our backs.
We're working on it.
Attack the fighters. Leave it to me. We can't get any closer without risking the transport. We've got to land.
There we go. Careful, everybody. We're all flying a little close to each other. I think we're all a little nervous. Okay.
We're shutting down.
This game looks great, man.
It's gonna take speeders to bring them down. Land by the transport to switch craft.
Okay, this time let's not run into them as much. That'll help a lot. Give them wide berth. Slow down. Play the cable. I don't know why that keeps happening. Okay, let's just get this one first anyway. Screw that guy. It's probably too high. There we go. Almost ran into the lake. Careful. 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 I'll look at that right after I take this guy down. Hey, Mary, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Playing Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader for the GameCube. They'll bring little May 4 stuff. Hope you had a great stream, Mary. Thank you. Great to see my fellow PPs here. Hope you're doing well. May the Force be with you as well. This is one of my favorites. I was trying to play KOTOR 2. That game is just not cooperating. He, like, nodded his head down. Kind of a pro move by the pilot, not gonna lie. This is my last life. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Everyone make sure you're following Mary for my channel if you're not already. Make sure you're watching Portal Pals, Giant Bomb Premium Show. GiantBomb.com/join. There we go. We're doing good now. There's probably just a lot of this level left I'm worried about, and I have like no more lives, but we'll see. God, so it's cool. Oh, those reflections, baby.
And answer down. We're heading out on foot. Cover us.
Cover you.
Attack the fighters. Leave it to me. Imperial ground forces approaching. We need assistance.
Get into the Y-Wing. Hey, Bucket.
We need help against these Imperials.
That's satisfying. Oh, yeah.
Take out those walkers. Leave it to me. We need assistance. Take out those walkers.
How many of these things are there?
We've spotted several weaknesses in the Star Destroyer's hull. A Y-Wing's bombs should be able to blow through the hull, so that my
know.
team can get inside.
We're ahead of you.
We've got to bomb those fracture points. The reactor's getting more unstable. We gotta hurry. Right on target. Perfect hit. Another hit like that and we've got it. Hull penetrated. That did it. The hull is breached. Nice shot, Rogue Leader.
Thank you.
Take out those cannons. Copy, Rogue Leader. My team's in trouble. We're getting wiped out down here.
From what? Wiped out by what?
The reactor is almost critical.
Go back to the X-Wing. I think it's just X-Wings right now. Inside the Star Destroyer wreckage is an upgrade. Man, I don't have any lives to spare. If I crash, I'm toast, you know? Let's see. My peak. Trying to peek.
We've located the data. Beginning upload now.
Whatever, we beat the mission.
Now I see why the Empire was so eager to prevent us from getting this data.
That's a great mission. So much. Hey, I got a medal. Mostly just shot at Christine lives lost.
The Empire is constructing a second Death Star near the forest moon of Endor. The site is protected by a shield generator, which must be destroyed if a rebel attack on the Death Star is to take place. Command has determined that only an Imperial vessel can come close enough to Endor to allow destruction of the shield generator. With help from Crix Madine, infiltrate the Imperial Academy on Pref's Belt 4 and steal an Imperial shuttle.
Are these the best mission briefings in gaming?
is Crix Maydean. Approach the Academy via the southern mountain pass and stay below their sensors. Wipe out as many turrets and TIE fighters as you can. The shuttle Tidarium is parked on the Academy's northernmost platform.
TIE fighter.
Mark your Y-wing and bring back that shuttle.
Wing
Good luck.
commander.
Yes, sir. If I could disrupt their sensors, I should try to use my ion cannons.
Okay.
Getting too close to their sensors, I better fly low. I need to fly lower. Too high. They pick me up on their sensors.
What? I didn't think I was that high. Oh, now I can replay the mission? Now that's an option? What the hell? I gotta get real low. I mean, I thought I guess I was a little high.
Approach the Academy.
If I could disrupt their sensors, I should try to use my ion cannons. Getting too close to their sensors, I better fly low.
We. Oops. Shit.
Getting too close to their sensors.
Look, I didn't see that one, alright?
I need to fly lower.
This is fun.
Pick me up on their sensors.
No, they didn't. Really? Jeez! That was pretty good there. Lower! There's ground!
This is Crix Maydean. Approach the Academy via...
If I could disrupt their sensors, I should try to use my ion cannons.
There's like sneaky one on the left here, I think. I missed.
Getting too close to their sensors. I better fly low.
Ooh.
Getting too close to their sensors. I need to fly lower.
Okay, I think we made it. Fly casual. Oh, no.
Trouble here.
No, I'm here now. Now what? What's the plan now?
Entire base knows I'm here. Incoming fighters. Here they come.
No support, huh?
I can't seal the shuttle with those turrets still operational.
Okay. Good enough? This thing is slow. Let's try spinning. That's a good trick. Actually. If I fly low again? It did kind of help, didn't it? Really? I guess we didn't kill that many enemies. I feel like we kind of killed that. Ugh, yeah, I didn't destroy enough enemies. Otherwise, look at my completion time. Damn. I was destroying that. It's an older code, sir, but checks out. Oh, nice.
The rebel fleet is assembling near Sullust and in dire need of Tabana gas to power their weapons. Lando Calrissian has pointed the rebels toward his former Tabana mining operations in Bespin. Lead a raid on the Imperial-occupied facilities in Cloud City and secure the Tabana gas.
I did see your Blight Club protagonist tier list here, Bucket. I liked Larry being on a bottom tier by himself. Oh, another A-Wing mission. It's a good mission for Mikey's. Nobody likes this level? Oh no.
Rogue Group,
But Bespin.
we need to secure those gas storage platforms at all costs. Wipe out the Imperials in the area before we head into the city. Then our transports will be able to move in and take the gas.
We copy, Rogue Leader.
It looks cool though.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Attack those turbo lasers.
You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
What am I even looking at? These friendlies or not?
Mayday! Get these Imperials off my back.
I don't think so.
We need more support from fighters over here.
Ah, shit.
Awaiting your orders, boss.
Take out those turbo lasers.
You got it, Wedge.
Oh, jeez. Getting ripped to shreds by these things. I have Gladius. Someday we'll play that.
This platform is secure. Move in on that next group.
Next group. Ugh.
We're getting pounded out here. What should we do?
You work on the
Stay
TIE
after those
fighters.
We copy, Wedge.
Apparently you
We're
won't
going after
attack the
fighters.
guns when I tell you to. Man, those things like move after I move. Be careful.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Attack those turbo lasers.
You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
Yeah, you guys are really gonna take care of them. Can I go in this thing? Yes, I can. News to me. What's it pointing me towards? Yeah, it's pointing me towards this one. Ah, shit. Boy, if there's one of those easy to get blaster upgrades, if you know where it is, I might go for one, because these things are taking a lot of hits. There's a trick. What's the trick?
The rebel fleet is assembling their...
Oh, should I just take out the balloon itself and not the turrets? Is that the trick? They are, yeah. As soon as you said there's a trick, the thought had occurred to me. Wait a second. Why am I shooting the guns? No. Lesson learned. This time for sure, then.
Rogue group, we need to secure those gas.
Mayday! Mayday! Get these Imperials off my back! Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Attack those turbo lasers.
You heard the man. Let's take care of those guns.
Is there a restart? Yeah, let's just practice, I guess, some things here. Ah. I see. That thing. Didn't mean to fly right into it, but it worked.
Awaiting your orders, boss.
Take out those fighters for me.
Copy that.
Hey,
Rogue
Red
leader.
Saber, thank you for 17 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Pause after the shield generator gets blown up. Fly back to the rubble of it. Ooh, thank you, Fire. I might do that after this real quick. Red Saber, thank you for 17 months. Really do appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Monday. Thank you. It is Monday, right? Yeah. Let's think about it.
This platform is secure. Move in on that next group.
Yeah. It's Monday. I kind of have to come at these things from below. Shooting my missiles. Oh, it's Tuesday now. Yeah.
We're getting pounded out here. What should we do?
Stay after those fighters.
We copy, Wedge. We're going after the fighters.
Nice. Okay, feels good. Whoa. Ah! Oh, no, don't do that.
Secure that last group of platforms.
That's unlucky. R2, can you repair this? Not yet.
Help me take out those fighters.
Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
I was doing okay until I got hit there. a lot of them now. I'm not gonna have enough missiles to deal with all of them either. Yeah. Get that missile, or that blaster upgrade real quick on Hoth. Won't take long. It's fun to do the Hoth level. It's Tarkin. That's not hard. Get some ATSTs. You take down the AT-ATs. Yeah, it is kind of funny because like you do go between like the original like orchestral recordings and then some MIDI stuff.
Rogue Leader, the Imperials of...
Awaiting your orders. Attack those ATSTs. We copy, Luke. We're going after
I hate when
the
people
walkers.
call them AT-ATs, by the way. It's AT-ATs.
Rogue Squadron, how can we help?
You call these
ATSTs are
ATs
heading toward the ion cannon. Stop them.
Yes, sir. Attacking the walkers.
my little personal thing. Ah, buddy! Ah! Careful! Oh, you're getting in formation. Okay, that's fine. Missed him a little. Where you at? That's kind of funny. Look, word puns. It's fine. Aren't these things supposed to be weaker from the back?
Rogue Leader, we're getting pounded out here. What should we do?
Pound them back.
ATSTs.
You heard the commander. Let's take care of those ATSTs. We're no match for those walkers.
Take out what you can.
We'll do what we can.
Still up. There's some over here.
Excellent, Rogue Group. We'll take it from here.
Commander Skywalker, we've got Imperial walkers approaching from the north. Stop their advance.
Okay.
Oh, steady tack. Attack pattern Delta. Go now.
Skip this time. Yep. Got a lot more room to work with here. I mean, the ATSTs and the AT-ATs are just all super cool. The AT-AT might be my all-time like favorite Star Wars quote-unquote vehicle. They're just kind of neat.
Awaiting your orders.
Where's the shield generator? Shit, where is
Awaiting
it?
your orders.
Isn't it like right here? Up here? Oh no. Is that it? There it is. I just touch this thing?
You've received the advanced laser tech upgrade.
Thank you. I want to kill some more enemies on the way so I can maybe get a medal. I just wasted some time there.
Awaiting your orders. Rogue group,
Stay in formation.
let's form up. Copy that. Forming on your wing.
Whatever. I assume I have to beat the level. I don't know. May as well at this point. Yeah, that guy's voice should tell me about every video game upgrade. Like that almost should have just been text on the screen. They're like, no, we paid this guy. Okay, there's bombers coming in
Awaiting
now.
your orders.
Take out those fighters for me.
Copy, Wedge. Going after the fighters.
Kind of do look better, huh? Ooh. Are we okay? We're okay. Wow, that's fancy flying.
Awaiting your orders.
Check your fire.
You check your fire.
Awaiting.
Great job, Rogue Group. Now follow those
So just bronze, huh? I don't know what I didn't quite. Oh, shot accuracy. That's a bitch. This time for sure, maybe. Apparently there's another one at that other AT level. I think we'll be okay. You've received an additional Estus flask. Like that?
Rogue group, we need to... Awaiting your orders, Wedge. Awaiting your orders, boss.
Especially now we're getting more interceptors.
Get these Imperials off my back.
This platform is secure. Move in on that next
That
group.
was fast. Must really be tied to blowing up those balloons more than anything else. Ruining my accuracy. Guess I used my targeting computer. I could have noticed these things. Feels good. I can't believe how much fun this game is. I've just been having a blast this entire time, to be clear. This game is just so freaking good.
Transports are arriving. Secure that last group of platforms.
Hey, Mike, I ran. What's this? You ran 10K. Nice. Well done. I can't. I've never been able to. My brother Chris did a Disney marathon one time. Oh, got him. Oh, man. Got behind me. They came from behind. Well, let's just slow there. You guys take care of the ties. They're kind of beating up.
We're going after the fighters.
Where's this last one? I got all the balloons. He's turning me around for some reason. Oh, that's my friends. Those are friends. Pandoish, thank you for the raid, Pando. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Everyone, please make sure you're following Pando if you aren't. It's a great job. She's able to, when she tries to stream an RPG, it works. Unlike me with KOTOR 2 today. Hope you had a good stream, Panda. Still doing Wild Arms 1. You have to raid in depth, all good. Ah! Whoa, you see that? Jeez, this game's cool.
Excellent. These Tibanna gas platforms are secure. Form up and head for the city.
Yep, this is on the GameCube. Rogue Leader.
Wedge, I'm showing 3 main power generators on my targeting computer. Destroying them should stop that turbo laser fire. All right, Rogues.
Still Wild Armsing.
Target the power generators in the canals.
And the
With
canals.
them destroyed, the transports will be able to approach those gas platforms.
Oh. Can I be on one of those Cloud City cruisers? Hope you've still been enjoying it. There's a lot of little guns and everything. Okay. This is going to be interesting. What?
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
I can! Cool! Yay! I bet these things have bombing capabilities.
Help me take out those fighters. Copy that, boss.
See,
We're going
they don't
after
seem
the
to have
fighters.
anything. I don't know if I want to be in this thing. Seems like it's bad. Wait, if I messed up? Boy.
There's 2 remaining power generators. We gotta knock them out and buy those transports time.
Yes. I would like my A-Wing back also. Oh boy. I don't know where I switched.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge. Help me take out those fighters. Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
I like these trenches. Ooh. This might not be the right trench. Get out of here. Down here. Oh boy. Okay. There it is.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge. The
Oh,
infantry wheels
boy.
are firing on the gas containers. Destroy that last power generator and defend those platforms.
Doing okay. On my left somewhere.
The last generator is history. Now save the gas platforms.
Oh boy, I really wish I had my other car. We're doing okay.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Help me take out those fighters.
Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
Oh, there's so many more of them. I don't even know if that's necessarily what I'm doing. It doesn't seem like it. They seem pretty far away. Take out this one. Right here. Just taking out some TIE fighters now. Back here. Ah! Don't run into me.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Help me take out those fighters.
Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
Including the ones that are on me, please. Where are you? Job. Is that all of them? Don't see anyone else. KOTOR is just not cooperating. I tried hard to get to work and it just wasn't happening.
Help me take out those fighters.
Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
Where are they? I can see their bombs. There they are. He doesn't have a single special weapon. Part of me also was supposed to get KOTOR on like the Xbox or whatever. The hell with their stored content mod. People seem to have turned against it anyways. Oh boy.
Come on. Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Help me take out those fighters.
Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
You don't hit me. This is my objective right now, right? Yep, it is.
Awaiting your orders, Wedge.
Help me take out those fighters.
Copy that, boss. We're going after the fighters.
The Tibanna gas is ours. Great job. Rebel
Let's go.
transports, you're cleared for approach.
There's that autosave thing. No medals? Probably took too long there. Yeah, well, just missed it, actually. Got plenty of enemies. I probably was fighting too many interceptors. I had to kill the bomber specifically.
The rebel
Getting kinda
fleet
close
will
to
be
the end.
preparing to enter hyperspace. General Solo's strike team should have the shield on Endor deactivated by the time we arrive. Join General Calrissian's fighter group, follow him to the Death Star, and destroy the main reactor.
Yeah, if you just like go through the game, it's short. The replayability is trying to get the gold medals, unlocking stuff. Night Bucket. We end the night with pod racing. I don't think we're playing another game after this. I like to beat this game and then go to bed. Now somebody asked if Jeff and I did Mount Rushmore Star Wars games. I'm sure we have before. I imagine.
Position. All fighters are accounted for.
The Millennium Falcon.
Proceed with the countdown. All groups assume attack coordinates.
I think I could do a better Admiral Akbar than that. I don't know.
Friends down there. He'll have that shield down in time. But this'll be the shortest offensive of all time.
Gotta give Han more time.
Prepare to jump into hyperspace on my mark.
They should make
stand
a
by.
Rogue Squadron
The
sequel.
Force be with us.
At least remake Rogue Squadron 1. That'd be amazing. Like, Rogue Squadron 1 probably is the best story of them, because it's not quite as obsessed with just recreating some moments from the movies. Oh, this music rules. Music's so good.
All squadrons, follow me.
Look at that. That's cool as hell, man.
Locust foils in attack positions. We've got to be able to get some kind of reading on that shield, up or down. Well, how could they be jamming us if they don't know we're coming? Break off the attack. Roll
Is
out.
Episode 1 Racer, Rogue Leader, Jedi Outcast, and KOTOR? That sounds right. Those are definitely my 4 favorites. I know that.
Base of action. Green Group, stick close to holding sector MB7.
Admiral, we have enemy ships in Sector 27.
It's a trap.
It's a trap! And again, I haven't played, like, the X-Wing games. I like, Republic Commando, but not as much as those games.
Watch out, interceptors coming in.
Everyone turn around.
Accelerate to attack speed. Draw the fire away from the cruisers. Copy, Gold Leader. Orders, Red Leader.
Fire!
Engaging fighters.
Ah!
There's too many of them.
That music was synced perfectly. Cool as hell.
Red Leader, we're under attack!
Coming! Ah! Everyone be cool.
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters.
What do you think the orders are? Those are B-Wings.
Watch out.
Or
Squad
why
at
would
point
they
oh
do
six. R5, see what you can do.
God, it is cool as hell. This is so crazy. GameCube launch game. We're just completely recreating this battle with this many ships. It was just insane. What should Disney do? Disneyland do with Monsters Inc?
Orders, Red Leader.
I mean, that's supposed to be the Avatar section. I think they maybe are changing their mind. There was a rumor, but probably not. Jeez. This is a lot of TIE fighters. Ooh, they ran into me, damn it.
Bombers coming, point 03. We've got to take out those bombers.
Bombers, 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 where's the bombers?
Break right. The medical brigade's getting hit pretty hard.
Coming, 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 coming.
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters, I'm on the leader.
There they are. Stop bombing.
Red Leader, we can't take much more.
I'm working on
The
it.
medical brigade's not gonna last very long. We must hurry.
Where are the bombers? Oh boy. There they are. Okay.
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters. Copy that, Red Leader.
Red Leader, where are you?
We're right. I'm shooting them.
Medical brigade's gonna blow. Got it. Almost there. Orders, Red Leader. Let's close it up. Right with you, Red Leader. I'm on the leader.
There you go.
One more to go.
Where are you?
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters, I'm on the leader. Break left.
Where's that last bomber?
We need to hold out a little longer.
Nope, friends. It's behind me.
Orders, Red Leader. Let's close it up. Copy, Red Leader.
There it is.
R5,
Okay.
try to lock down that stabilizer.
Took a while, but we got there.
All right.
This thing's operational!
That blast came from the Death Star. That thing's operational. Home 1, this is Gold Leader. We saw it. All craft, prepare to retreat. You won't get another chance at this, Admiral.
We have no choice, General Calrissian. Our cruisers can't repel firepower of that magnitude.
Yes, I said closer. Move
Yep.
as close as you can and
Interesting.
engage those Star Destroyers at point-blank range.
At that close range, we won't last long against those Star Destroyers.
We'll last longer than we will against that Death Star. And we might just take a few of them with us. Concentrate fire on the Star Destroyer's shield generators.
This is Red Leader. I'm
Oh,
going
not
in.
this again. I'm bad at this.
Orders, Red Leader.
Guns,
Go after the
please,
guns.
if you can.
Engaging guns.
Something faster. Lasers are in fact stronger.
We're getting pretty beat up out here. How much longer, Gold Leader? Come on, Han, old buddy. Don't let me down.
Orders, Red Leader.
Keep firing,
All those
assholes.
fighters.
I'm on it, Red Leader.
Ah!
More missiles. Yeah. What? Where's the one I was firing at? That's over there.
Commander Achilles, we need fighter support.
We need to keep the fighters from Home 1.
No? We're not doing this time? Okay. Repair.
Orders, Red Leader.
On those fighters.
I'm on the leader.
Hurry up and take out those generators. The shields are down. Take out the bridge.
Well, I don't have to take the bottom ones out this time. Hey, I'm dead. Boy.
Ah!
Damn it. That's stupid.
We need help.
Okay. Try that again. Blew it. Gotta be faster with the bombers. Yeah, I don't know what triggers the repair mechanic sometimes.
Admiral, we're in position. All fighters are accounted for.
First, I have to do
All
some of this
squadrons,
cinematic
follow
stuff
me.
first.
Locust foils in attack positions. We've got to be able to get some kind of reading on that shield, up or down. Well, how could they be jamming us if they don't know we're coming? Break off the attack. Pull up. All crap, pull up.
Take evasive action. Green group, stick close to holding sector MV7.
Admiral, we have enemy ships in Sector 27.
It's a trap.
Watch out. Interceptors coming in.
They sure are.
Accelerate to attack speed. Draw the fighter away from the cruisers. Copy, Gold Leader.
Orders, Red Leader.
On those fighters.
Engaging fighters.
There's too many of them. They're heading for the medical frigate.
Red Leader, we're under attack!
Break left.
Jeez.
Break right.
Yeah, don't run into that. God, this is crazy.
Orders, Red Leader.
On those fighters. Copy that, Red Leader. Ah! Watch out! Squad at point .06.
No! It can't afford... This is a too long mission to take deaths like that, man. That's rough. Hard to not have it happen at least once. There's so many of them.
Orders, Red Leader. Hang on back there. On those fighters.
Where are the
Heading for the
bombers?
fighters. Got it. We must hurry. Bomber's coming. Point .03. We've got to take out those bombers.
There it comes. Yeah. Not good.
The medical brigade's getting hit pretty hard. On those fighters, I'm on the leader.
There's the bombers.
R5, try to lock down that stabilizer.
Red Leader, we can't take much more.
That medical brigade's not gonna last very long. Almost there.
Look at a lot of the bombers already. Yeah, let's go light speed through them. Is that it?
Orders, Red Leader.
Oop, it just bounced around there a little bit by accident.
On those fighters.
That's not good.
Copy that, Red Leader.
There. Oh man, there's a bunch of them.
I'm on the leader. We need to hold out a little longer.
Not get him yet.
Red Leader. On those fighters, aim for the fighter.
This is GameCube only. GameCube exclusive. They got me. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. We're not backing down. Go bathroom though real quick. Be right back. Yeah, and like the missiles don't help against TIE fighters, right? Sort of objectives. Here, I'll let you guys listen to
fleet
the...
will be preparing to enter hyperspace. General Solo's strike team should have the shield on Endor deactivated by the time we arrive. Join General Calrissian's fighter group, follow him to the Death Star, and destroy the main reactor. The Rebel fleet will be preparing to enter hyperspace. General Solo's strike team should have the shield on Endor deactivated by the time we arrive. Join General Calrissian's fighter group, follow him to the Death Star, and destroy the main reactor. The Rebel fleet will be preparing to enter hyperspace. General Solo's strike team should have the shield on Endor deactivated by the time we arrive. Join General Calrissian's fighter group, follow him to the Death Star, and destroy the main reactor.
This time for sure, maybe. Glad our prediction started. But I already told everyone's gonna be for sure.
Admiral, we're in position.
So I need to bet.
All fighters are accounted. All squadrons,
Hope I don't get run into this time.
Locate spoils and attack positions.
You can't tell me what to do.
We've got to be able to get some kind of reading on that shield, up or down. Well, how could they be jamming us if they don't know we're coming? Break off the attack. Pull up. All craft, pull up. Take evasive action. Green Group, stick close to holding sector MB7. Admiral, we have enemy ships in sector 27. It's a trap.
Say this line, Bart. There's that medical frigate we're going to be defending later. Go right between them.
Watch out. Interceptors coming in. Accelerate to attack speed. Draw the fire away from the cruisers.
Copy, Gold Leader. Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters.
Engaging fighters. There's too many of them.
They're heading for the medical frigate.
Red Leader, we're under attack!
I know. I'm turning too much. I should almost just restart, but whatever. I want to play.
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters.
Copy that, Red Leader.
Jeez. A lot of fighters. Where's the frigate?
Hang on back there.
Watch out! Squad at point 06.
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters.
Heading for the fight.
Whoa.
R5, see what you can do.
Whee!
Bombers coming. Point 03.
Okay,
We've
bombers
got
are
to
coming.
take out those bombers.
I can see where the bombers are coming from. We could maybe intercept some of them.
We need to hold out a little longer.
Orders, Red Leader.
The medical brigade's getting hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm looking
That
for him.
medical frigate's not
Go
gonna
there.
last very long.
Break fire. Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters. Copy that, Red Leader.
That guy hit me.
Almost there.
They get on the bombers pretty quickly, at least. The other ones go. Get away from me.
On those fighters. Heading for the fighter. One more to go.
One more.
R5, try to lock down that stabilizer.
Alright, time for this part, which is not gonna be any easier.
Yes, I said closer.
Well, I think I just
Move
have to
as
get the
close as you
top
can
ones.
and engage those Star Destroyers at point-blank range.
At that close range, we won't last long against those Star Destroyers.
We'll
Wish I
last
had that
longer
life
than
back.
we will against that Death Star. And we might just take a few of them with us. Concentrate fire on the Star Destroyer's shield generators.
This is Red Leader.
It
I'm
seems
going
like
in.
attacking them from behind is a lot safer.
Orders, Red Leader.
Just stay with me. Help me shoot these things.
Let's close it up.
Copy that, Red Leader.
Orders, Red Leader.
This is working.
Hurry up and take
So
out those
smart.
generators.
Orders, Red Leader. Let's close it up. Copy, Red Leader. We're getting pretty beat up out here. How much longer, Gold Leader?
Come on, Han, old buddy. Don't let me down.
Okay. So I do have to take out the bottom one. Okay.
Commander Antilles, we need fighter support.
We need to keep the fighters from Home 1.
Oh, nice freebie.
The shields are down. Take out the bridge.
Let's close it up.
On my way.
Okay, this is the hard part. Yeah. Where are they? Where's the damn thing? There it is. Not that way. Last life. There's just so many turrets.
Wait, protect the Admiral's cruiser.
That's one.
Yeah, that's got him.
Red Leader, where are you?
I'm taking the things that.
Much more.
Maybe I should be protecting him, but I don't know.
The shields are down. Take out the bridge. We've got to buy Han more time.
Oh boy.
Interceptors at point 95.
Our reactors are critical. We can't take another shot like that.
Watch out, she's gonna blow.
Damn it. Closer. Okay, we're learning. Hopefully don't die this time. I definitely, I gotta figure out a safe way to attack the, bridge. I don't know if I need to take out more turrets beforehand or what. Getting better, though.
Admiral, we're in position. All squadrons, follow me.
Alright, we'll do this again. Catch up to Millennium
Locust
Falcon, that'd be
spoils in
fun.
attack positions.
We've got to be able to get some
buddy.
kind of reading on that shield, up or down. Well, how could they be jamming us if they don't know we're coming? Break off the attack. Pull up. All crap, pull up.
Where's the Falcon doing in all this? Let's follow him.
Green Group, stick close to holding sector MB7. Admiral, we have enemy ships in sector 27. It's a trap.
Watch out, interceptors coming in.
Accelerate to attack speed. Draw the fire away from the cruisers.
Copy, Gold Leader. Orders, Red Leader. There's too many of them.
Will
They're
begin.
heading for the medical frigate.
Red Leader, we're under attack!
I know. We're all under attack.
Orders, Red Leader.
Oh, those guys just flew into it. That's nice.
On those fighters. Copy that, Red Leader.
We need to hold out a little longer.
We must hurry.
Watch out. Squad at .06.
God, everybody is flying into each other. Hey, Nick Notch, thank you so much for 9 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see the Mandalorian movie. I'm not gonna, like, watch season 3 ahead of it. I'm able to just read what happened. Seems like it's not too important. Seems like they just got back together.
Break flag. Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters.
Heading for the fighters.
Break left. I'm on the leader.
Wonder if the bombers show up after I shoot so many of these guys, or if it's a time thing.
Orders, Red Leader. Bombers coming. .03.
There they come.
We've got to take out those bombers.
Wish I knew where the
All those
bombers are
fighters.
coming from. That's
All
gotta
on
be
the
them. Yep. That's a lot of them. Good start, though. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now we're getting work done.
Almost there. R5, see what you can do.
The medical brigade's getting hit pretty hard.
I know.
Orders, Red Leader. Keep on those fighters.
Copy that, Red Leader.
Ah, shit, I bumped them. It's
One
okay.
more to go.
One more to go already. That's better. Where are you? There's the Falcon.
Orders, Red Leader.
Where are you?
Orders, Red Leader. Keep on those fighters. I'm on the leader.
It's the Falcon. Where are you? Shouldn't you be bombing this thing? There you are.
R5, try to lock down that stabilizer. Hold on.
Yes,
Okay,
I said
definitely-
closer. Move as close as you can and engage those Star Destroyers at point-blank range.
At that close range, we won't last long against those Star Destroyers.
We'll last longer than we will against that Death Star. And we might just take a few of them with us. Concentrate fire on the Star Destroyer's shield generators.
This is Red Leader. I'm going in.
I'd like to take out some of these guns on my way. I don't know if that's likely.
Orders, Red Leader.
He's gonna start shooting at me, and that's a problem. We are pretty safe back here, though. Tell you what, I like this strategy.
Hurry up and take out those generators.
Even save some of our missiles. We're trying, babe.
Orders, Red Leader.
Okay. For some reason I'm getting shot at much more now, all of a sudden.
We're getting pretty beat up out here. How much longer, Gold Leader?
Come on, Han, old buddy. Don't let me down.
Commander Antilles, we need fighter support.
We need to keep the fighters from Home 1. The shields are down. Take out the bridge. We've got to buy Han more time.
Watch out, she's gonna blow.
I think I got one of them. I think it was worth it. Yep. Worth.
Orders, Red Leader.
Red Leader,
Around
we
a
need
little.
help.
Wait, protect the Admiral's cruiser.
No.
The shields are down. Take out the bridge.
Oh, it is down? Okay, we got it. Oh, what was that?
Red Leader, where are you? We can't take much more.
Orders, Red Leader.
That get it? No? Oh, I didn't even call me.
Interceptors
It-
at .95.
For crying out loud.
Orders, Red Leader. On those fighters. I'm on it, Red Leader. Yeah, that
There
got
it
it.
goes. Last slide. Alright, we took down the Star Destroyers. Now what? Hopefully there's a break before we do the Death Star run. New level, maybe? Maybe that's good for one level game. That was pretty hard. Please don't run into a TIE fighter.
The shield is down. Commence attack on the Death Star's main reactor.
We're on our way. Red group, gold group, all fighters follow me. I told you they'd do it.
Yeah, there we go. Not bad. Felt good. Not easy. I think it's the last level. I don't know what ties
With its shield
tactical.
down, the Death Star
I
is
don't know.
vulnerable. Cut across the Death Star's surface. Find your way into the power
Twin
generator
ion engine,
and
nice.
destroy it.
Oh, this is gonna be sweet. Let's go. Compare what we're about to see to how this sequence looked in Super Return of the Jedi, by the way. It's pretty wild. About 6 years of technology did.
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06.
Cover me, Wick.
Look at it, it's like the first level. It rhymes. Cover you with what? Look at this shit. It's so freaking cool.
Come on, faster.
Just stay
I need to
low.
return the ship in one piece.
There's the Falcon. I'm covering you, baby. You're all clear. Prepare. There's the vent. Go, go, go. Ah. Wanted to get in there without dying once. We'll take it. It's okay. Let's go! Into the hole! Oh!
Now lock onto the strongest power.
Am I
source.
crazy or is
It
the,
should be
the frame
power
rate not like that
generator.
for a moment?
Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real fast.
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty easy to die accidentally. Just doing that. Stop that. Just keep going. Oh, really? That's not good. It's a shoe hardware. Oh. You only get one shot at it once you're in there? Oh, the Falcon was destroyed. What happened to the Falcon? Where was the Falcon at? Oh boy.
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06.
Cover me, Wedge. Ah!
What? Ooh, that's not good. That's way too early to die. God, I wish there was a retry button. Guess I gotta get going. It's not like I lost lives last time is why I died. Think I'd be moving around more than I am.
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06.
Cover me, Wedge.
You don't want to be above too high. As soon as I have the S-Quos on, I get hit less. Fuck. I ran into it. Alright. A little bit. Just keep going. The Falcon die? How? Who got the Falcon? Yeah, this is gonna be a rough VOD. How did I do so much better that first try? Maybe I need to be shooting more of these gun turrets.
Come on, faster.
Already?
I need to return the ship in one piece.
Man, I'm getting destroyed all of a sudden. I did love the Robot Chicken specials back in the day, especially that first one. Who's they?
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06.
Cover me, Wedge.
That's fine. He's getting too far ahead of me. Boy, how did I accidentally do this pretty well the first time? What the hell?
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06.
Cover me, Wedge.
I think I was doing more S-coiling last time, to be honest. I keep up with him a bit more. Yeah, seems to be the strat. Not.
Come on, faster. I need to return the ship in one piece. I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, I could tell. We're both in big trouble, dude. Okay. Go. Go. You're fine. Okay, we got back in here.
Now lock onto the strongest power source. It should be the power generator. Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real fast.
See what happened last time? It's that guy. Problem. I'm coming. Hold tight for a second. Good. Ah. Damn it. Gotta catch up that TIE fighter. Oh boy. Got him. No. Ah! Okay. It's gonna be worth getting the S-coils to catch up to him if they're on him. Good to know. We're learning. I mean, it is kind of like you want to keep up with him as much as you can.
Watch yourself, Lando. TIE fighters at .06.
Cover me, Wedge.
Too far ahead. Okay. All right. That's all right.
Come on, faster. I need to return this ship in one piece.
Okay. Good enough.
Now lock onto the strongest power source. It should be the power generator. Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real fast.
Chop. Shit. Fuck me. Not good. You spawned me right behind him, though. Oh, wait, is this just the beginning? That's bullshit.
Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real
That's
fast.
not good. That's not good. You also need to really shoot these guys as they pass you up. Otherwise, it becomes a problem. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Come on. There it is! Blow it up!
Go for the power regulator on the North Tower.
Copy, Gold Leader. I'm already on my way out.
I'm so tense. It's huge in here. Music.
Wedge, follow me. We've got to escape before this thing blows.
All right. Oh, bye. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yes, play that song. Uh-oh. No!
Getting pretty hot in here.
I blew it. So close. Okay, we got this, though. Dang, I was almost there. Like, you had to go fast. The fireball was catching up to me. Man, if I had an extra life, it probably would have just restarted me there. Okay, we know what to do now. We got this figured out.
Cover me, Wedge.
Gonna get a little speed boost to start. What's that noise? Why do I need repairs already? There it is. Getting in there, getting through this part without dying would be pretty nice, I have to say. I think we might have it. Okay, nice. I wonder my health is still low. 3 lives, let's go.
Now lock onto the strongest power source. It should be the power generator. Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real fast.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. Got all of
Now
them.
lock onto the strongest power source. It should be the power generator. Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real fast.
Who's screaming? Ugh. This one's a little rough. Okay, better than usual. Got most of them. There he is. Damn it. No, the nipple.
Now lock onto the strongest power source. It should be the power generator. Careful, Wedge. We can run out of room real fast. Ah!
Not this time, Nipple. Good. That was the Nipple. Doing good. Oh boy. That's like the last one too. Oh no. Come on. There we go. I think we're good. Okay. We're fine. Do we have any extra lives? I think this is not. I think we don't.
There it is. Wedge, go for the power regulator on the North Tower.
Copy, Gold Leader. I'm already on my way out.
Look at this thing, man. Pre-HD, it doesn't look much better than this. You gotta boost whenever there's a straightaway. Otherwise, no boost.
Wedge, follow me. We've got to escape before this thing blows.
Not so much that we boop into him. Please don't crash. Did Nipple. After I did it last time, don't do it again. I almost did the same exact thing. Again, a Star Fox 64, man. You can go a little faster. Yeah. So freaking cool. I might ate that one, but you got it. It should not be that bad. I gotta look into that. Does it like me yahooing? Yahoo! I did like that. If I'm high, it's good. If I'm yahoo! Oh, now it's good again. Yahoo! Now it's picking up every time. This is not the Earth song. Oh god, we got special edition shit in here. Look, we all argue between Yub Nub or the special edition one, but I think both are a little better than this. Take that, statue. And they all lived happily ever after. This will be demonetized, yes it will. But boy, what a fun game. That was just a really good time playing through that again. It's nice that it's a game. I played through it 3.5 hours. Gonna play Lair next, so you know me. Big Lair head. Lair's a game that I bet is like not absolutely terrible, yet might be a Blade Club game just because of reputation. Now we've gone back to the original music. It's a good game. Like, the difficulty's good. Like, there's definitely some harder levels. It'll take a little bit of practice. Those last two. Second to last level, that was hard. All the ones we get to take out Star Destroyers are pretty tough. Gonna have to learn some tricks. Would the cost you be a dragon? Absolutely. Nah, it's just, God, it's fun, man. That was just so much fun. Bummer about KOTOR 2. At least you got to play this. The Superstars games are super hard. I've never beaten them. I don't know if I've ever even cheated beating them. Chuck! Yeah, the Superstars. I mean, the Superstars games were fine for renting, which is why they made all those Super Nintendo games stupid hard anyways, because renting was a thing. And ironically, because of that, I only rented them. Like, I wasn't gonna fucking buy the game I can't beat the second level of, you idiots. God, that was so stupid. All the stars are here. There's Rob Paulson. Really small part for Rob Paulson. Rebel Wingman 7. Oh, he's also a Slave. Tom Kenny. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of career voice actors involved in this stuff. There's the voice intern. Good for Burke. Honestly, I think the next game I'm going to be playing, as I get the Nintendo 64 setup, is Magical Tetris Challenge, which, if you don't know, is the Capcom-made Disney-based Tetris game that I've somehow never played. Finally got a copy of, and I'm excited to finally play it. Also, what do you guys think? Do you think I should just use my N64 with the RetroTink, or is there some advantage using the analog 3D for all of that? What, Jeff Keighley? It said Jeff Keighley. What did he do? What was his credit? Like that, Jeff Keighley? Says he was the manual writer? That sounds right, honestly. Probably was. Just overclocking. Probably don't need to overclock Donkey Kong 64. Or Tetris. And I have the expansion pack, so we're good there. More setup friendly option. Well, it's pretty easy with my RetroTink. Who knows, though? Music. Kind of committed at this point where we're seeing all the credits. The new lap record. All right, come on. Who else was disgusted having to see Nintendo 64 Pod Racer? I refuse to believe I'm some elitist. We've had like 10 different ports of that game since then. Yeah, this N64 here is my childhood one. I'm not sending it to Antarctica. It's the best. Is the version everyone knows. You've been kind of mean lately. No, I've just been saying a lot of true things. People can't handle it. Oh yeah, that childhood Pikachu and 64. Nice. Special thanks. Oh, they better thank me. I better be thanked. Who's Pit? Like from Kid Icarus? Jim? You know who you are, Jim. Ninja Tunes. Where's Tommy? My Little Angel. Yoko! It's pets. Beat Magma Legends, nice. I want to do Tron Bond and Legends 2 soon here as well. Yes. Wonder how like George Lucas had to like been somewhat involved with this. Like he had to have known about it. Like he still owned all this shit back then. This was kind of a big deal project. Kind of specials that we unlock. Oh, anime is Legends has a lot of like fun anime vibes to it. I've unlocked all this stuff. What's the teaser trailer for? Is it for a movie? I haven't unlocked the audio commentary yet. For this game? You guys already have this game.
All wings reporting.
Yeah, that's fine. What am I supposed to spend the points on? Oh, I need the codes. So loud, this menu. Alright. Good stuff. That's all of Star Wars Rogue Leader. A fun pivot. Apologies again to the KOTOR 2 fans someday. That game has eluded me. Alright. Pretty late. I doubt anyone else is streaming. Tiffany Lockhart playing Resident Evil 2. Okay. We like Resident Evil 2. Wonder which one it is. Shadow Forever's going. How about that? Alright, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Bombcast tomorrow. Hey, babe. Good night. Which one that is? It is 2. You're right. You're right. Can't pull one over you. Man, I hate that I'm hungry because it's way too late. But if I can't go, I'm so hungry. It's like, gotta eat something. I can't go to bed this hungry. Figure it out. Maybe just peanut butter sandwich or something. All right, well, thanks again. See you soon. Bye-bye. Oh, that's a lie. If I'm hungry, I can't fall asleep. It's like sleep hunger pains. Anyways, bye.